Howdy ho. How's it going, everybody? How you doing tonight? I saw we got Lisa Scambaiter stealing. Never seen this guy before. Who is that? Zurix is here. Scratch is here. Thought I saw Ted and Jam back there. Jam, I just gave you the mod status. Um. Oh. Yep. Let me turn that off. We don't want that on. They make that shield mode is a pain. Um. But most of the stuff you can do, you can click on somebody's name to ban them or time them out. And as for the commands to change scenes, you can do it right in chat. Exclamation point scenes. And that gives you the commands to change. Let's, for example, let's go to my be right back. BRB. Boom. And there it changes. That will help. We shouldn't have any more Wang incidents. I tested the Twitter settings to block sensitive content, and it will still let me click on them and get the scammers reply tweets. So we can still find them. How's it going, Terry? Good to see you. What else is new? Here we go. But I would ask only use them when I like forget to go to a screen. Like if I'm like, okay, let's go make the things, and you guys are sitting on a dormant screen for like 5 minutes, and I'm clearly doing something else, or when we have a Wang issue, or peach, whatever the case may be, or melons, any sort of fruits. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, we're gonna do follow-ups, and I don't even have paint on. Oh, I have a button for shield mode. I have a whole quick actions board right here. As soon as it gets turned on, I can pop it right off. Unless I actually want it on. Okay, let me actually do this. Alright, let's do some follow-ups. Yeah, I've already changed all my settings in it. Yeah, even the default settings are just too much. Alright, let's see. Becca. Did I spell this wrong? Yeah, I spelled that wrong. It should be an S and not a X. There. So I remember it was just like Becca's, who was in the chat sometimes. Interviewed by. Oh, you're going on the 31st? Oh my God, Steely. That's funny. No, you're fine, Jam. It's totally new. To get a little bit more used to it, then I'll show you the moderator dashboard. That's like moderator central for moderators. Hi, Violet. That was fast. You heard me talking to my computer, huh? Come here. Turn the camera background. There we go. There she is. There she is. You're warm. You are warm. You've been cuddling, haven't you? Cat's on the chair, dog's on the couch. Will be the co-host. Oh, good. Whiskey's really good. You're just a big horsey. Just a big horsey. Okay, horsey. Go mount up or something. I don't know. It's a little low. It's not too bad. I'm gonna chop my hat off. No, no outside right now. You were just out there. Here we go. Try this. 10 years. Becca's. What did I do wrong here? Becca's Zach's Oli. Did they change their handle, I wonder? Let's check. Oh, that's awesome, Zurich. Well, that comes up when they change their handle. But that's why I grabbed the IP, because I can cross-check it. Yep, they changed their tag to FODLIF31. You gotta go outside. Oh, of course. 1 second. Huh. Check them out. First, let's note this. Hey, what's up, Instinct? How do we note this? at FA. Well, I got it copy pasted. Okay. Then I'd probably make a note in the legend. I am so glad we started grabbing Twitter IDs. I wish I would have thought about that in the beginning. Because I knew some of them were out there changing their handles. And I was always frustrated because I couldn't figure out a way to find them. Still up. So we need to put a dot. Technically. Jeez, what is that? That one is technically down. This one is technically up. So I need to change the way I do it in the spreadsheet too, because it's gonna twist the numbers. Hey, where'd the arrows go? We'll just do 1 carat. Well, this is all messed up. Hey, what's up, Flu? Okay, then over here, I need to go and make a new. The report should still be good on them, so we don't need to report those. I can just leave it in the. Yo, Jethro, what's up? Alright, it needs a 1. Okay, good. That will keep the numbers congruent. Alright, here we go. Next, Big Daddy. Hegon, what's going on? Restricted still. Good. Very good. Bobby. Restricted still. Okay. But the new Bobby. Oh, here we go. Finally. Finally. We got some dots. Some red dots. Good old Bobby Dave. Suspended. Do, do, do. Back up to the top. I'm gonna have to parse these out. I might do that tomorrow. There we go. George Santos was the fifth Beatle. Next. Daddy Yaj. So last night's 7-year-old profile. Suspended. I wonder if any of the immediate blocks that we reported right away, I wonder if any of those are going to come down. I know Junior sent me the list, and I was at the doctor's office at the time, and the names didn't really register in my head. Daddy Yaj. Where'd he go? D-A-D-Y. Why is he not in here? There, he's down here. That's why. He's right where he's supposed to be. Suspended. We shall be Wang free now. We have the new Twitter settings set. So I may be able to actually show. I'm gonna go through fishing a couple times without showing you guys, and then if everything looks clear, we'll go back to showing you guys how we fish. All right, David White. Oh no, I've heard bad things. I do remember this one. This goes back to green. Oh, nope, still yellow. Good. No more Wang Chungy. Nope, not tonight. Okay, new account. All right. Moving down to Larry Rawlings. Suspended. Nice. Very nice. That was a green dot. Hell yes. There it is. Right there. See ya, bitch. That one took a little while to get down. Okay, next. Flowers Hope. Haley. Jenny Callister 53. This was an immediate report. I can't remember what we did with the bait. I don't think the bait went anywhere. It's 9:30. Suspended. Oh, you found the mod view? Nice, Jam. That is your control panel there. Jenny. Jenny, you are suspended. Called you out when you tried to bait when you got the tag. Ah, Lawrence. Okay, this is. I can't. I just got to double check that Lawrence does not show anything. I'll see if the settings carried over from my app. Oh, I'll take that. Well, good old Lawrence has been suspended. Thank God. Yep. That was the Wang guy. That was Wang Chung himself. That's one you're happy to see. I need to go in before we start and double check the settings to make sure. How can't you see? Okay, I got it turned off. Display media that contains sensitive content. So it shouldn't show any nudity whatsoever. Everything will have the little box over it saying, hey, this could be sensitive content. Do you want to view it? Click yes. Alright, Larry. Have a nice red dot for the second time. No more surprises on the big screen. There you go. At least in theory. Where's my web? Oh, here it is. What's it doing up here? Alright, next. Baby cakes. Oh, Mommy Maya. Even if it's sent to me, it should still cover it. Mommy Maya. Suspended. Ah, so good. And the Maya train goes on. I'll tell you, Jam. I'll let you try it. Sure I did. That's good shit, Daz. Dez, Bat. I said Bat and Dez together and it came out Daz. Oh, Mommy Maya. When will you ever learn? That's either one very ambitious scammer or a very big group of scammers using the same info. Hey, Chris, doing well. How's it going? Well, change. Why did it stay purple? There it goes. What's up, Shag? Welcome to the YouTubes. Alright, Michael Owizzy suspended. Yeah, it's a group. I'll bet it's at least 5 guys. At least 5 guys. Maybe even 10 using Mama Maya's pictures and info. What's up, Ivan? I like how everybody's filing in one by one so I can catch it all. And Mr. Shag Nasty down there holding down the YouTubes tonight. We are incredibly grateful because we got incredibly lucky. Last night, I was almost sure that I was going to wake up to an email from Twitch. And I didn't. Thank God. All right. Who was that again? Wizzy. Right there. Twitch takes that shit very seriously. And they do not give you much of a appeal beforehand. Yo, what's up, Jammin'? Welcome back. Alright, let's check out Micah James Fred. This was restricted. Still. Let's see. Still restricted. This was the dumbass scammer that was following me. What a dumbass. I think I marked that, didn't I? No, I didn't. This scammer was following on Twitter. Chester, what's up? On the tubes. Wow, I like we're getting YouTube traffic. That's crazy. I would never get a single viewer on YouTube when I tried streaming Supercard to it. Okay, that stays yellow. Mummy Julie still restricted. Very nice. Riki still restricted. Very nice. Sean. And Sucky J. Still restricted. Heather. Do scammers have brains? It's debatable. What? I've never seen this before. Did I biff the link? Oh, there's not even a link there. I guess you could call that a biff. They were talking about me this morning on the morning show? What were they saying? On CJ's show? I'm gonna have to go watch that. You're right, Steely. I did screw this one up twice. Okay, it's under sugar care. What am I doing? Everybody doing a great job. Oh, that's awesome. My time. Oh yeah, they start early. I'm gonna type this one in. Why is it not like caps? OWOWA underscore 11. This was a Sugar Care Mommy Heather that I had kind of done on my own time off stream, just for something to do sometimes. Heather might be a single person, it's possible. Hey, what's up, KDA? Alright, let's try it again. Blocked. Restricted. Alright, Sugar Daddy 1L. Actually, ironically, our Nigerian friend sent me this. I have a feeling this one's still up. He sent me it this morning. And I was like, oh, that's funny. We baited that one last night. Wasting all his monies. So I bet it's still up. Yep. And Mr. 3-4, still up. Why can they not connect those? Oh, your junior hockey team won gold. Nice. Okay, that's it. I think I already published, but let's redo it anyway. Alright, we gotta count purples and greens. Oh, and we'll get the time. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. 7. 7. And survey sound 97.65. I'll take it. Are your future superstars? True. That's true. 2.35 outstanding. 298 baited. 291 removed. And those are fudged a little bit. So there's probably, I'd say, margin of error is about 5 to 10. But it gives us a relative approximation. I need to go someday and compare the website to the spreadsheet and get all the differences ironed out and checked. Alright, I'm gonna go fishing. Alright, don't change the scene. Jam, here's your chance to try it. Are you ready? Type exclamation point full. Full. Oh, wrong one. Exclamation point cam. Sorry. CAM. It only works for mods, Ivan. There you got it, Jam. And just like that. And if you ever need to see them again, it's exclamation point scenes. And there's a list of them. Boobs. Alright. Now, let me see. Let me make sure the setting took over here. Okay, good. Let me go for Sugar Mommy. Okay. I'm specifically looking through the images first to see what it cuts out. Oh, this is my tweet. I forgot about my tweet. Okay, now exclamation point fool. F-U-L-L. I didn't see any changes. Try it. Exclamation point fool. There you go. And there we go to the full browser screen. Wilton, huh? Boy, that face looks familiar. Try this one. This one looks like a rube. Yeah, I have not got it done. Next week we will do the grandma stuff. We got the profile all set up last night. Marquines Morgana. Alright. Bright screen alert. Oh, come on. Yep, we baited a Wilton. Ten days ago. Ethel is coming for you. Ethel's gonna be a sassy little frassy. Sometimes, and then sometimes she's gonna be absolutely don't know what the hell I'm doing with electronics. Oh, we can drive them fucking crazy. Trying to wait while we try to figure out how to do stuff. Oh, yeah, cockroaches. I just don't know about that one. The funny thing is, it's not the first time in my life I've worn a dress. When I was in junior high, like 7th grade, we did a play, and I played like a villager lady. Oh, it was so funny, actually. God, I remember that now. Oh, I don't think I want to remember that. Message hidden due to suspicious content. That could be a dick pic. It could be a sugar daddy. Enthusiast, blogger, writer, Democrat, adventurer, single dad. Oh crap. I lost the... There it is. I saw your reply to my tweet. Are you helping people out with money? And off we go. Let's try both these fish. Wear pasties. It's too cold for pasties. I'm in thermal underwear and I'm cold. Gotta get a purse. I've learned, cockroaches. I've learned what happens when I challenge chat. First time, shame on you. Second time, shame on me. Shave all your facial hair. Oh, I'm never shaving my soul patch. No, no, no. It keeps the soul warm. I could try coloring it like a blondish color to make it disappear. Or the best at it. But I could get rid of my facial. Well, that's what shaving's for, Steely. You could have them laser removed. See if I can. Ooh. See if I can fish safely. I'm gonna just go slow. Wilton really wants it. All right, Wilton. See what the other Wilton was that we had. Wilton 4445. This is the same guy. We can report him right away first. Even like the same cadence in the numbers 4445 7772. If that's the word I'm looking for. PayPal Cash App. We will report. How old is it? I don't think we looked it up yet. Bright screen. Too long. Ten days ago. The day after Christmas. Hey, what's up, Tat? Good to see you again. And it's new. Okay, then let's put them on the site too. And then we'll report and have some fun. They'll never catch me now. I guess scammers don't figure that I use spreadsheets. Or that I have a memory. They'll never know. Purple. And down to the bottom we go. The stinky cheese man. Happy. Is everything okay? Everything is great. I mean, I've been battling a little headache all day, but other than that, and Medicare is still not approved my damn stimulator yet. Not you again. Alright, Chad, I got a present for you. Can't say I didn't get it. I challenge you to get this. I challenge you to get this suspended in real time. Alt account of the scammer handle at Wilton4445 already you suspended for platform manipulation. Please suspend ASAP. And by ASAP I mean right now. For real, for real. Ivan, hell yes. MRIs. I think my MRI days are finally all behind me. Oh, let's report as Ethel. Good old Ethel. We'll have to do a poll when we use her profile and do like a poll for like what the husband's name will be or what the husband died from. Or maybe I'll just take suggestions. Something that's wacky, yet can slip it by him. But we're not there yet. Oh, my chat paused to scroll. Xerex, thank you. Awesome. Obituary. Alt account at Wilton4445 already suspended. How set on him. Yo, what's up, Lethal? Back there lurking. We see you back there. We see you back there. You just want quick access to the restroom and the snack bar. All right, Wilton. Hey, brother, I saw your reply. I don't use Telegram, but is it cool if we chat here? Let's see if he blocks us instantly. I think the last time I baited him, I was using Jesse, and we're back to Andy now, so he might not recognize us. CT scan on Christmas. Oof. Yeah, I used to have to get them. Well, it started out every 3 months, then it went to every 6 months, then it went to every year. And but I haven't had one for like 3 or 4 years now, so I think I'm finally all done with MRIs, at least for the spinal problem. I'm really hoping it helps. I would like to get my life back. MRIs aren't bad. The first MRI, It's kind of freaky, but you get used to it. It's kind of nice when you have them in the wintertime because it's so cold out there, and then it gets hot in that machine, and it kind of feels good in a weird way. Luckily, the machine I always had to go in, they had a music, they could pump music in there. So I was just like, classic rock or something. Better, better in the sense that it's not growing anymore. The tumor's not growing anymore, so that's nice. But still a lot of pain and stuff. This doofus is back. All right, scammers, let's go. Oh, we got one. All right, now go exclamation point chat. One of the mods. I'm from Cheyenne in the great state of Wyoming. Where are you from? We'll have you guys change scenes tonight so you get used to it. Wildflowers in the zone. Oh, I see you again. We did, Tat. We did. We're very grateful that we got lucky and didn't get any bans. And I have the settings changed now, so pictures like that won't automatically appear. They'll be covered, and it'll say, "Hey, sensitive content. Would you want to see this?" No, we don't want to see it. CT scans are so easy compared to MRIs. CTs are like passing you through a donut really fast. MRIs are like laying in a coffin for an hour. No more Wang chunging. Sorry. If you came for the Wang, there shall be no more Wang. You need a different streaming video site for that. Yeah, CTs are fast. I'm still half blind. I'm still half nervous, to be honest. If I can go 2 nights without it happening, I will then feel safe, safe, safe. Safe, safe. It's too much fun on Destination. I don't know if Twitch keeps a copy of streams even when we don't save them, when we delete them. So I don't know if they would still have access to it to even look it up and see if it happened. As a matter of fact, it deleted all of yesterday's stream, even the part after where there wasn't any Wang. But I did get that part on YouTube, so I can just upload it to Twitch when I get. You know what? I gotta download it first, don't I? Let's go back to. Yeah, right. I would rather lose a video than lose my account. 362, right there. Download. There we go. Yeah, we have had explosive growth, and it would be an absolute. Oh, we're blocked. We're blocked. I need to log into Jessica's. Okay, we got all of them. Oh, we got them all. Jesse, Andy, and Ethel. I just don't have my alt, official alt. Let's go say hi, shall we? LOL. You remembered me. Untouched. But since you blocked me right away, that's an easy way to link you to your other account, which was already suspended. See a psychologist with that many personalities. So you can kiss this profile goodbye too. I guarantee you, when I find you again next time, you won't recognize me. Okay. You can block me now. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. Are you there? Isn't even downloading? Yep. Slow tonight. YouTube's downloads are always slower than crap. Even Twitch's downloads are faster than YouTube's. Horny Ramirez. Okay, let me just make sure. Okay, he's just a topless dude. That's fine. Oh, yep. There, whew. Yeah, that's pornographic, all right. Okay, it does block porn pictures. So we can fish safely now. All right, cool. Just wanted to make sure the setting was going to work. And he has some stuff down here that's blocked, and I can't scroll any further because I clicked the view on one of them. Yep, but look, it blocks the pictures out. But then there's the ones where he's just shirtless, like here. That's fine. That's not offensive. Horny Ramirez. Okay, buddy. How old? New profile, and it's Ramirez. Sugar Daddy. Bright screen. Very true, Junior. That's almost like a society thing. Male nipple, okay. Female nipple, not okay. It's because our culture sexualizes the female anatomy, whereas the male anatomy is not. Or at least not in the manner it's done. Message request. Hey, I saw your tweet. Are you a sugar daddy? That's true, Tat. That's so true. And I'm just gonna say it: the female anatomy looks so much better than the male anatomy, and I'm straight. But that's not a. Oh, I shouldn't even have said anything. Grab your dinner, come eat with me there. That's good, tattoo. Tattoo, tat. Man, I wish I had a candy bar or something. I'm fiending for like a Butterfinger. Get that shit all stuck up in your teeth. Reefer sticks. Those aren't too bad. Still think Reese's needs a little less chocolate. I don't know. I just like the peanut butter so much in it. And a little more peanut butter. I like the big when they come out with the half pounders or the 1 pounders, whatever they are. The big SOBs. Those are great because there's so much peanut butter in that thing. Perfect peanut butter to chocolate ratio. Popeye's Ghost Pepper Wings. I'm having mushroom risotto and what was the other one? Oh, Korean barbecue. And Scammer Soul. Message hidden due to suspicious content. Alright, let's see what the content was. Oh, hello. It says hello. Really? Twitter, that's suspicious content? I guess I'd rather be overly safe than overly sorry. That's okay, Twitter. It's okay to say hello. Oh my god, look who replied. Look who. Oh, you can't see. It's Alabama Chaos. Yeah, you get texted and you get spam emails for every sex site under the moon. I'm doing well, cutie. How are you doing? Alabama Kiss has stepped up to the plate. Well, bless their heart. Whole race has never sold a damn apart. It is kind of yucky both ways. You get that random message with a picture and you're like, who is this? And you're like, oh, well, that makes sense. I'm good too. Where are you from? I'm from Cheyenne in the great state of Wyoming. Are you from Alabama? Oh, Junior, I didn't send him out tonight. I tested the system at like 3:30 a.m. last night. I'm waiting until I get a few more on the list. Which, by the way, if you didn't know, shameless self promo, I now have a text message service. I heard Art talk about it, and I was like, God damn, that's genius. So I looked it up, and it's I'll just give it my website. There's a little sign up box on my media page to get a text message when I go live. I haven't started sending them out yet though. And it just needs any name. Doesn't even, it can be your Twitch name, your Twitter name, your first name, whatever you want to put, and then your number. Okay, you're the other one, Steely? Okay, I know. Okay, there's Junior and Steely. It's you two. It's just like any automated service. If you don't want it anymore, you can just reply with like stop or no or whatever it says on the text. Didn't I reply to this one? I thought I was talking to the wrong one. $35 old. I'm 42. So are you helping people out with bills or something? Let's do a what's a scam for this Brian dude. Yo, Zurich's awesome. Stay safe and do foot picks, right, Tat? What do I need to do to get some help? Foot pick seller by day, Scambaiting by night. And I can help you financially and clear off all your bills and rent. Really? Oh my god, that would be so uber awesome, brother. Charlie always jokingly tried to get me to start an OnlyFans, and I'm always like, nobody wants to see my feet. I don't even want to see my feet. Wait, do you have a credit card? And who do you even bank with? I have one credit card and I have a checking account with Chaser Bank. I have massive feet. I wear 12 and a half. Sometimes 13. It just depends on the cut of the shoe. Sandals I usually run smaller, closer to a 12. Can you give me your number? Let's text on phone. Well, actually, I need help with that too. I couldn't afford the bill, and it got turned off yesterday. I'm using. I'm not going to say that. Is it cool if we just chat here? You rock. Do you have WhatsApp? No. Well, you can still give me the number though. Okay, cool. I just can't respond to any text messages or phone calls right now. Maybe when I pay your phone bills too, then I'll text you. 686860152. What's yours? Oh, I may have a present for you later, chat. I'm on my laptop right now. Got it. Do you have any debt on your credit card? What is it doing? Why is my mouse doing this? What in the hell is it doing? I have exactly 1,000 on there, and the limit is 4,000. Which way is he gonna go with this scam? Huh. Weird. Sounds good, Jam. My like desktop is messed up. Trying to clear some room so I can just use a Explorer window. See if they call out the dates. We slid it by the other one. We'll see what happens. They bought it. I gotta fix that screenshot, but that's 2 for 2 now. Oh, we're blocked. Well, we're blocked, huh? Well, that's interesting. We're gonna delete that. Oh, that's interesting. All right. I know where this was headed. Yeah, they don't want to play, right? Wait, why did this fail? There we go. When was this? Big Griffin. Copy. I might not get the number. Oh, I can still get it. Cool. I'll bet he has enough stuff in his DMs to get him suspended. And Griffin. Oh, from Family Guy. That's the son, I believe, isn't it? Brian Griffin? It surely was sounding like a login. Oh, Brian's the dog. That's right. That's right. That's even more appropriate. Sure looked like he was going for login information. Oops. I think we can still get this one. Zerix, have a good night. Or it could be an alt. And they finally recognized us. Let's go with login. Bo. Oh, I put it up there already, Canada. 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 Ivan. Sheesh. I'll do it again. That should be right. I don't know why it's not a link. There we go. All right, got him up there. Close this. Oh no. I better leave that open while it's downloading. Okay, next. Let's see what we can find. Yo, Ivan, thank you. Oh, whoa! That might have just got that might have got close. Okay, they're all closed. Nope, nope. Okay, so videos, it can't do videos. Well, okay, here's a safe one. So it does have limitations. Closet Bye Boy. I'm here looking for serious sugar babe. I'm a spoil with money. Just DM wit your cash card tag and got paid. Am not here for anything from you, babe. Closet Bye Boy. Bright screen. Yeah, Closet Bye Boy, right? Isn't that kind of an oxymoron? If you're posting it out there in public, you're not really in the closet. And it's cool to be bi, that's fine. But it this. Alright, bright screen. Two years ago. From Texas. Get back in there. Moved the tab. Sorry. There we go. Hey, cutie. I saw your tweet. Are you helping people out with money? Speaking of Charlie, what's up, man? Did I miss the giveaway? You never saw my Discord messages, did you? Yes, you did miss the giveaway. You got second. You almost won. Yeah, babe. Interesting. I think you remember this face? I can't see your face in your profile picture. LOL. Your phone is covering it. I'm doing good. How are you? Lost my phone. Can't get into Discord. You work in cybersecurity and can't get into your own Discord? That's either a good thing or a bad thing. What are you here for? I saw your tweet offering to saw your tweet and profile offering help. I have a lot of bills I could use help with. This feels so weird asking for help. I'm sorry. That's a good. You have missed quite a bit since your last time here, actually. From ban scares to insane generosity and support, massive raids, um, singing. Um, well, Granny will be next week. We're fine. There's a setting to not autoplay videos. Let's see here. Wanted. There is. I know there's a setting in here. Oh well. He wants our balance screenshot, so I need to do this. There, got it. Oh, I got my desktop back. Sweet. Mr. Anderson, 7899. It's just so much easier to drag and drop on the desktop than to do it all in a Explorer window. Hey, I got a star. Okay, babe. I'll bet it's going to be 2 fees. Let's see. Let's try a fee amount prediction. I'll try the first fee. I'll bet it's going to be like 10 or 15, or 15 then 10. Can't win? Yeah, they can win. Prediction? If you vote, you can't predict. You can't choose the outcome. I don't know. How much are they? Oh, that's cool. I have 25 in there. LOL. LOL. Okay, Hawaii? Huh? They think I'm a scammer. So good. Are you ready to send it now? Sure. What does Alay mean? Even though I know what it means. Got ready. Let me just do these real quick. Don't know if we've quite got enough. They did say a fee. So let me try to get them to say something damning here. And then, alright. No. I don't use Telegram. So I have to pay you $25 in order for you to send me how much? Cool. We've got new emotes, Charlie. Oh, we've got so much going on here. $5 grand. Alright, those are the magic words. Oh, alright. Let's go report. Oh, Lisa, 5 biddies. Thank you. I appreciate you. I fell asleep. Oh, have a good night, Lisa. Get some sleep. Baby, I'll need to first log in your Twitter account before I can do anything. my. Now he's going to go for the Twitter login. 2 scams. We get a double. And they blocked me. Why did they block me? Why did they block me? That's fine. Advanced fee is fine. As long as you got one of the two, that's fine. Which they're both the same report. Choices, anyway. Why did he block me? That was really strange. Let's get a hat trick. All right. Well, we got him reported, so let's put him in the books. I love that he said the magic words for us and then blocked me. It's almost like some of the scammers are hanging out tonight together. And they're like, who are you talking to? Jessica Tobias. Block them, block them, block them. So it was an advanced fee Twitter login info. Alright, there's one. The dude closed the closet door. Got lucky. We have had very good luck lately. I probably should buy a Powerball ticket. It's up to like, what, 940 million? Even a small piece of that pie would be a very big piece of pie. Alright, got that one. I don't know why. I usually don't ever buy them, except when the amounts are ridiculous amounts. Like 5 million wouldn't be enough for me. Oh my god, that would be insanely awesome. But it's like everybody wants to win that new record number. 2,000, right? 2,000 would be life-changing for me. I could get my car fixed. So it's not a rattle bucket anymore. Or just get something different. Alright, let me fish. Just to make sure we're safe. Nope, too many M's. Four. Bingo. They replied twice? I hate Spain. Multi-Skrikas. Let me see both of these first. How can this account not exist? The tweet's right there. Weird. Dancer, huh? Okay, we got one. The mashed potatoes and beans. That actually sounds good, to be honest. All together? What's up, Anita? Alright. Let me get some info here. Account. Bright screen. I can set up a voice command for copy paste. I don't even have to do buttons. I can just highlight Google copy. Oh no, I'd make it like mommy. No, because I say mommy and daddy a lot. I couldn't do that. It'd have to be something that I don't say a lot. My poor computer would get confused. Alright. Can you help me with money? I saw your tweet. Hey, what's up, Passion? Good to see you. You know what? Because I missed your bits the other day, I put my activity feed right below my Twitch chat and moved my YouTube chat over because there's hardly anybody over there. So that way I will not miss another alert. Yeah. For about an hour or two. Damn thing, or get done downloading already. 7,000 meg left. No. 700 meg? 700 meg. It's taking a long time to download. YouTube's downloads are, when you download your stuff from there, it's incredibly slow. Twitch downloads faster, but they don't prepare the download as fast as YouTube does. When you click download something from Twitch, you have to wait like 10 minutes while it prepares the video for download, but then the download's pretty quick. YouTube, when you click download, you get the download dialog box right away, but then the download is kind of slow. Camera's being slow as well, right? Throw another line out there, I think. My camera keeps falling down. I really need a nice camera. profile you just opened. Are the pics on our far right the person used as their own? This one? This is probably the... I'll bet this is the original profile owner. Yep. November 3rd. So it's a recent steal. Or is that a celebrity? Is it a K-pop singer? That's just what crossed my mind. It's like he looks like a K-pop singer. I'll bet those posts are the original. Because if they were a K-pop fan, they're probably a kid. Hey, Haley. Yes. I'm glad we caught each other again. I would love to be a sugar baby. Let's get Haley off the list. Jin from BTS. Alright, Mod. Exclamation point chat. Have you met any sugar daddy or mommy before online? No, I've never actually met one. Just seen them, but was too shy to talk to them. There we go. Okay, dear. Oh, Haley, I've been waiting for this moment. How old are you and what do you do for a living? I'm 32 years old and I'm in nursing school. What do you do for a living, ma'am? It's only mods that can use the scene change ones. Nice. I just want to help people. I love helping people. I inherited a lot of money from my parents, so I work with charity organization orphanages and decided to help individual too. You're so sweet. You're like an angelic person. I don't think Angelic's here, but why not? Finally time to turn Haley's dot from green to red. It went yellow. But then went back to green. Yeah, they all say the same thing. Or some version of the same thing. Of course, I love to help. You're a cutie patootie too. Hee hee. Oh, thank you. How much did you want as weekly allowance? Oh my. I don't know. I don't want to be rude and ask for too much. Is like, maybe like, let's really lowball it. 100 per week, okay? I'm gonna change my stream avatar. Battle Royal pause. I'm giving you 500 for a start. I just said Battle Royal pause. I'm very honestly and trustworthiness. And can I start your first allowance now? Sure. Oh, Haley, it's been a long time coming since you blocked me from my Grabify link. What bank do you use regard your allowance? Oh, I have a checking account with Chase Bank and then that Cash App thingy. Alright, I want to change my... I gotta find myself. Are you kidding me? Alright, I will turn the command off if you cannot stop for 2 minutes. Good gravy, where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Yeah, I want to change my avatar real quick. Then we'll turn it back on. Do you know how to deposit check via your bank app? I've done it before, but not a lot. I think I could figure it out again. Hatch's orphanage. I change it using the website. Now you guys can watch. I know how you guys like to watch. I'll go back. Okay. 5 minutes if you want to change your avatar. No, 6. Let me get the link out there. Just click the link, Ivan, and here's what it's going to do. Click to authorize. Wait for it to load, and there you go. You can scroll through them all. Oh, I got a stormtrooper. Oh, the ghost from Mario. Boo. What a D. Cartman. Changed. And that's all you gotta do. I think this is either going to be a login or a fake check scam. So let's do a reveal prediction. Let's try to get an actual prediction in. Another one. The goose. I love the goose. The little Twitch icon is kind of neat too. It actually turns. I'll send the check to your email. Once you have the front and back images of the check in your email, you open up the front image of the check to a full screen on your laptop. Log into your bank app on your mobile phone. You select the mobile deposit feature on the app and follow the instructions. So easier. Do you got it? Wow, haven't seen this one for a while. Alright, that's enough to report. No wonder she's so hard to bring down. Let's see if we can get a lot of reports on her. HLEY 123. User is sending out fake checks through email and asking for a fee payment immediately before the check bounces. This is a common scam. Please suspend this account ASAP. I want 3 reports on this. I'm doing 3. I want this one taken down. There's an exclamation point stream avatars. And a tweet. Bounce check fee scammer. Oh, 1 second, Shag. I got you. Thank you, Dog Walk. Awesome. And get me a screenshot. Oh, it's right here. About to dog walk Haley. Ted, hell yes. I remember this one from the first day I found this stream. Yep. We started to bait this one, sent them an IP logger link, and they got Twitter warned them that it was a possibly malicious link, and they blocked us right away. Bye Boy is suspended already? Nice. Anita, thank you. Hot damn, he sure is. Ha. Oh, they blocked us again. Oh, wow. Whenever they see anything fake, they shut it down. Guys, I really need you to report this one. I really need. I will put the link up there again. Oh, was it in chat logs? I can't remember. I've been flipping back and forth between both accounts. Can't remember who I'm doing on what account. All right. See if we got anything over here yet. Nope. Let's see who replied to sweet old Ethel. Granny, you made it. Hello, darling. What's up, Frag? Oh, we'll find a whole bunch of them. You're doing great, Grandma. Don't forget to change your diaper. Nurse, check it. I should delete this. So when I actually probably should delete it. So when we bait with it, scammers don't see that. There we go. I have been awesome. I love Ethel long time. And Ethel love you long time too. Speaking of long time, it's been a long time since I've gone to the bathroom. I will be right back. Busted. Busted. All right, we'll turn the Battle Royal back on. All right, Battle Royal is back on. Busted. We didn't even get a reveal on that one. We'll just delete that prediction as well and move forward. Oh my god, my video is almost done downloading. Yo, Passion, hell yes. We've only completed one prediction tonight. Daddy Robert. This is... Is this Bill Larry or Bill Wayne? One of these two. Bill Wayne sticks out in my head. But he's saying Daddy Robert. Daddy Robert, right there. Kind of Robert. I'll bet it's Daddy Robert. I'll betcha. I'll betcha. That's where we're going to put him. Look at that. Yeah, I recognize the picture. Our daddy. Do I have any of that info? No. It's a, you know what? I take it back. I don't think it's the same one. I don't think it's the same one. I think it's just a coincidence they're using the same name. Kurt Angle. He does look like Kurt Angle, doesn't he? Bill. Let's just put him on the temporary list. We can take off Closet Boy. If we get an immediate block or a relatively immediate block, well, then we'll know. Then we'll know. Bright screen. Just shut his door. City of London. Evening, Governor. I don't use any of those chat apps for religious purposes, but do you think you could still help me if we chat here? Big Daddy is suspended too? Nice. Oh, that is an immediate block. That answered my question. That answered my question. All right. We're going back down to, fuck, what was the name? Daddy Robert. That answered my question. It might not even be this right one, but he knows who I am. And you know, they don't have to be perfectly accurate. That was a quick block. Bait, which is Haley, and that didn't even go all the way. I think we'll see what we can do with Ethel next week. If that doesn't hook up, then we're gonna have to make another profile somehow. Or just change all of Ethel's. We'll just change all of Ethel's information. Yep, we knew Closet Vibe Boy got shut down. All right, let's report. Boom, right there. Alt account for a scammer previously suspended for platform manipulation. Please review and suspend ASAP. Yep, and Big Daddy. Yeah, we'll save the follow-up so we got some red dots for the next stream. Two. Three. Oh yeah, they're catching on. But that's all right as long as we can tie them to something previously, that's usually good enough. Thank you, Ted. Hell yeah. Haley's case? She's already been restricted once. So they're going to see the check shit again and be like, oh, they're doing it again. You got to go outside, Violet. Violet's got to go out. Yeah, then we'll get going on another one. All right. Passion. Awesome. Okay, my video's done too. Gotta re-upload that to Twitch. Oh, can't do that. All right, fishing time. Oh, I remember this picture. Oh, I remember this picture. Who is it? Who is this? No, there's no nudity on screen, is there? No. Ted, you're gonna give me a heart attack. I remember this pic, but I can't remember who it was. Catherine, maybe? And it's been a recent one, too. Caroline. And does it anything ring anybody's bell? Like anything? Oh, my food's done. I gotta go turn the microwave off or it's gonna beep every minute. Something tells me it's Kathy? So it's CM, huh? Catherine Maregua? Mommy Skill? And it was an alt account for somebody. That's it, because I know I've seen it more than once. I'll bet that's it. It sounds really good. Yeah, I know, Jam. I'd like to. Um, I need to find out an easier way to do it, though. I could assign them all like a number, and then, just add another column for the pick number, and then just save the picture as a number. Oh, Rolodex. Oh, no worries. Thank you all. I know I usually go pretty late, and it gets pretty late for a lot of folks. Facial recognition. This really, now that Steely says it, this really sounds right. As a matter of fact, we're gonna report right away too. I'll bet their Cash App. All right, let me get a bright screen. $8 ago. Think we'll get another immediate. Oh, that'd be a good prediction. system. Yeah, I mean, I could save it as the Twitter ID. That would probably be the best way, but that's a long ass number to keep copying and saving and searching for. So I'd probably just do like a number and letter system. 1A, 23B, something like that. Okay, we got that. Gotta paste it down here, then recopy it. I do need a secretary, Anita. Oh my god, I do. I need somebody who can do this end of it for me. Honest to God. I just can't afford to pay anybody. Um, we got extra columns. That'll be the secretary. I don't know. Nothing against Ted. Or was that again? Here it is. I can just save it from here. No. Let's actually save it from Twitter. Okay, I need a new folder. And scammer pictures. Oh, this one's gonna get big. Save image as 1A. Got it. That's not too tough. Does your username mean I need a water too? Huh? Okay. Let's put them. Let's finish the paperwork first. I put it in the wrong spot. Oh, he meant Anita. Okay. Mommy skill. DJ's here? Wang. The Wang. The great Wang of 2023. Ooh, chicken burger. That sounds good. Mommy skill. Down here. Even yet further. There we go. Oh, Billy. I threw my Korean barbecue in the microwave and it's got like a steamed. Why does it keep doing that? Steamed broccoli and carrot mix. See, it looks actually pretty good. They're meals on wheels. Yesterday was a real boner. I see what you did there. Alright, now let me give you chat for. You guys want some stars? Report. You gotta report first, then we'll throw some stars out. You have to earn your treats. See, I'm gonna have to go back and get the alt account of at mommy skill with no I 121. Yo, Steely, awesome. Ivan, yes. Already suspended for platform. I should also write down who I baited them under. Like what profile. I'm gonna have like 100 columns. I need to set up like a spreadsheet, or not a spreadsheet, excuse me. Like a database style entry thing where it has fields for it, and I just fill in the fields and then it throws it into the spreadsheet. That's advanced level spreadsheet stuff. I haven't done that in a long time. I used to be able to do that kind of stuff. Passion, awesome. Did I report him here? Shit, I can't remember. Something went wrong. Yeah, I used to be able to do it. I used to be a professional whiz with Excel. Now I just use Google Sheets, which is a little different but very similar. It's a little it's not quite as feature packed. But a lot of those features are you really got to learn. Tommy skill 121 already suspended. When was this bait? I can probably guess. Oh, January 1st. We definitely used Jessica. Hi there. I saw your tweet and your profile. Can you help me? You just can't hit me for everything. I got really good with it when I was working on my accounting degree. This one's going to be a yes or a no. Well, no, they might not reply. I should have made that an option. They won't reply. No, this one's Andy. This was Jessica. Hey, where are you from and how old are you? I'm originally from Wyoming, but am living in California right now to go to nursing school. I'm 36 years old. Where are you from? What is the Googlies again? Well, welcome, Marcy. We love our lurkers here. Don't mind Ivan. Kentucky. Well, cool. How long have you been looking for a sugar mommy? Can I trust you with my money? I've never really had one before. My bills just got really bad. My phone even got shut off yesterday. So, I've never had one before. I'm very trustworthy and honest. Ask me anything. Oh, they didn't block us right away. Alright. What's the scam? I literally just paid all my bills yesterday, except I have to go drop the rest of the rent check off tomorrow. I hate using autopay. I just hate using autopay. I hate stuff automatically coming out of my account. Even when I know the money's going to be there. And no, Ivan, I'm on Section 8. In America, that's government rent subsidy. But it doesn't pay all of it. So I have to take a check to my landlord's bank every month. I hate checks. I hate checks. Yeah, I won't control money. Nobody dips in. Because you just start signing up for stuff, automatic deductions, and then you forget what it is. Even when I sign up for like a free trial of something, I always go into my calendar on my phone right away and mark it like 2 days before the trial will end. Fight to get back. Yep. Man, scammers have been getting really slow lately. So I always wonder what holidays they might have over there that um, I'm just not aware of. Look at that. Look at that. They did some homework. I seriously think these scammers are starting to talk between each other. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have to toss it up a little bit. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm horrible. The openers. Um, because I try to just you know what do I want to say? Be submissive in the conversation. Give them control. But it's a very damning confession when they block me like that. That means they know who I am and they know what I want. Too famous for your own good. Too famous. We're living in their heads, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I love. That's what I love. All right. Um. Yo, Mac. With the gifty to thank you all. Yo, Mac. Thank you, Mac. We'll try one more with Andy, and we may have to toss up the profile a little bit. Mac, you rock. How are you doing? We'll be back in a few. Well, all right. Got one. Developments. All right, that prediction didn't work out. Sarah, you're staying inside, sweetheart. It's getting really cold out there. Do you have to go up to the bathroom? I even got my cat housebroken. I do have a litter box downstairs just in case, but. Alright, let's get some info on Mr. Mercy here. Bright screen. "23 days ago. This could very well be another alt." Okay, Kitty wants out. Mercy. Keep my light on in here when you're online. And turn a lamp off. I got a lot of stuff on smart switches. I love smart switches. I wish I could afford to like completely smart the house. Like I really want one of the Google Nest thermostats. Um, the electric company will even reimburse me if I would pay for it or buy one. But man, they're not cheap. Oh my goodness. Alright, Mercy. Alright, how should we start it out? What should we say? Give me some suggestions. Something different. Anyone here want to be Speaker of the House? We need a new opener. Anyone else? Cool mustache. How's the weather in Ninja? Are you a filthy scammer? I'm gonna go with the cool mustache. I dig your mustache and goatee. I dig, aka I like. LOL. I'm playing with myself there. Oh, I like that tat. I like it. Yo, Buteen's in the house. What's up, Buteen? Good to see ya. Let's try not to get him to send us a dick pic. How you been, Butene? Good idea, Tat. I love when you're just. I love the scam baiting community. Like you can just pop into any scam baiters chat, and you're like, um, you just. It's like Cheers. Everybody knows your name. That's an American reference, and a kind of a dated one. Or what was Ted Danson's character's name? He was the bartender. Chris. No. Damn. That's it. Well, they didn't block us. They might just have a bot running and might not be active. Or they're chatting with somebody else. Sam Malone. Yo, Tony, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the army, my friend. We are out here fighting some Twitter scammers. It's been another interesting night because we've been running into so many of them that we've already baited on alternate profiles. Why did this guy's picture disappear? Hold on. Okay, never mind. I am doing well. Yeah, we're almost at 1,000, Steely. Insane. Alright, we're gonna have to try a new fish as well. Sugar Daddy with the name Vanessa. Oh my god. Sugar Daddy, picture of a guy, tag Vanessa. And they spelled sugar wrong. Oh, we got a smart one. Yo, what's up, 80? Oh, we got a smart one. Alright, January 2023. Alright, bright screen. Warning. Come on. Get in there. There we go. Yeah. This is my last one. 3 days ago. Alright. How about we just go with how are you doing? Simple, effective. Show us the money. Vanessa does have facial hair. Maybe they're transitioning. Oops. Oh, Shag. Oh my god, my YouTube chat was covered up. Sorry, bro. Sorry. Let me get you a link on that one. I was like, why is this Explorer window open right here? Mill Bill 234. There you go. At least they spelled daddy right. I was just thinking the same thing. I worked at DFW. I saw a lot of beards on women. I'm the bearded lady. Who the hell are you? Spaceballs. Lawn mowing simulator is free with Twitch Prime. Nice. I always go out and grab the free games. Yeah, that's the code. Ooh, Dishonored 2? There we go. Well, are we gonna get a scammer to bite? See again. That one's got us blocked. John G. No shot. 537-95342. Oh, could we get Sean taken down? It's a new account. He's got a new account. That other one is dormant. He's got a new account. Yes. Sarah Shush, you just came in. Alright, we can get Sean G taken down. We can actually. Oh, yes. Yes. However, his previous account wasn't suspended. It never was. It just went dormant. But we're going to mark this as alt and turn it red. And now that we know that he's not using the other one, G 537 5342. It was a Bitcoin giveaway scam? Really? Yo, what's up, Sonic? Oh, you guys wanted stars, that's right. Cheers, Sonic. Alright, let's get his right screen. Two days ago. One is... Okay, so the first one we did, that would have been Patrick. Let's go with Jessica on this one. Alright. And now... I'll mark it yes, but I want to try to bait him. We're going to mark the old one as dormant and take that off the list. We're having another interesting night, Sonic. They have been getting really interesting lately. Because we're starting to get recognized so much. But at the same time, we're also recognizing them. So the baits have been much shorter if we even get into the bait. 7953. This one will be purple. Too famous for my own good. Yeah, we're going to have to start tossing up our profiles more often. A lot more of them now are trying to get us out of Twitter chat too, I've noticed. We'll have to, you know what we'll have to do? We'll have to bait some that want to go directly into like Telegram or WhatsApp and then report them and see how well we can get them shut down. We might just have to start doing that. Just worried we're not going to have enough evidence to get them shut down. Do one thing, download Sus app? I've never heard of Sus app. What is it? Other than Among Us. Oh, you can't send him a message. Oh. Oh, from a scammer perspective. Gotcha. Gotcha. I was so confused. You confused the old man. They might be sleeping. I don't think it's going to do any good to report them right away because, I mean, although we did bait them once, they never deleted it. And we had a full bait. No, wait. It was a Bitcoin scam. I wonder if I got that wrong. I'll bet I did. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold the phone. Look who it is. It's Sean G. And Vanessa replied too. My kitty's name? It's Sarah. Sara. Oh god, I would kill to be 29 again, Sonic. I'm good. I think I heard of you. Me? Look at this. He's heard of me. Gave me Jesse's. Look at that. That's funny. Baiters that we have not spoken to since October have seen our new profiles. Dude, the scammers are talking about us. The scammers are talking about us, guys. Oh, Vanessa did not message us. That was mine. That is epic, isn't it? Get fucked, Twitter scam baiter. Oh, blocked. Oh, wow. They probably are right. So you're probably right, Sonic. That does deserve a tweet, doesn't it? But first, but first, we need to report. That's my female profile, Anita. I'm on my male one right now. What am I, like 36? No. No, that would be a blessing to be 36 again. Alt account for the scammer using the handle. Please review and suspend both profiles. ASAP. Am I the young one here? No. We got a few younger ones. See if they blocked me over here. They didn't. They didn't block Jessica. That's funny. How long does that take to happen? Because I don't want to remember 36. Saturday morning cartoons. Oh man, I missed that. Muppet Babies. Oh, I missed the Muppet Babies. He-Man and She-Ra. Transformers. Oh my god. What did I do here? Wrong one. Bugs and Roadrunner. Actually, I can't tag them because they're both active. Yo, Passion, thank you. Let's tweet at him, shall we? Because I can't message him. Should also mark something in here. It was actually Andy. Yosemite Sam was good. I was more of an Apple Jacks kid. I loved Apple Jacks. Apple Jacks was my crack. Time is it? 11:30. All right, we'll still try to squeeze one in. Yo, Brenda, welcome to the army. Thank you for the follow. You ever wonder? I wonder if one of them is watching. Fruit Loops were pretty good. Lucky Charms were pretty good. One of them's watching and they're messaging the people that I'm baiting. I would bet. They're all old. Think about something. I'm trying to figure something out. Where would they be watching? They could be watching on the website. Or they could be watching on Twitch anonymously, not signed in. Is there a way to make it so only followers can watch? Post messages. No. Post messages. There's no way to block content. Well, except on YouTube, I can see my viewers' demographics. Now, they could be behind a VPN, but likely on YouTube. Let's try something. I'm going to go offline for like 2 minutes. If you're on YouTube, sorry. I'll be right back. Hold the phone. I would bet they're more on YouTube, to be honest. Okay. You may need to refresh. Busted, Sonic. Busted. Alright. Let's see what happens now. You know what? I'm also want to do one thing. I want to remove the feed from my website. Oh, Dave, my man. 100 bits. Thank you, Dave. Welcome, welcome. YouTube can't even keep sex bots off their damn chat. Like, come on. Now that we're not on YouTube, let's talk about them. All right. All right, I got the feed taken down. Let's do some fishing. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, it's Daddy Robert again. From earlier tonight. You know what? I need to write that down. Snapchat R underscore daddy 4166. And you know what? I also haven't been. I'm forgetting to save pictures. There we go. Telegram. I don't know. We're gonna have to check, Steely. All right, let me go get his picture. Um, 2A. Okay. It's Willem again. Oh my god, we got another alt. Willem for the third time. That's a good question, DJ. I also wondered that myself. I've often wondered that myself. Bright screen. 6 days ago. Let's find his tag. He spells it wrong everywhere. Right there, John Willem. Don't forget to pick. I will grab the pick. You guys are going to have to keep reminding me until I get used to doing it. Alright. Gonna be... Oh my god, I'm gonna need another drive. To buy me a... Who wants to buy me a new NVMe to store pictures on? Because that would make sense. One of them was watching and then messaging all these scammers and saying, hey, that person, don't talk to that person. They're the Twitter scam baiter. Alright, what am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. We're gonna do it with Jess. Let's see what happens. I need to go through my Twitter followers and see if we got any more that are suspicious. Or maybe one of you guys are working with the scammers. Oh. Boom. Look at that. Yo, what's up, Scotty? I'm giggly tonight. We had a lot of red dots at the start. We learned something else tonight. At least we think we learned. We could be wrong. It could just be mere coincidence. What's your name and where are you from? Missouri, but am living in California right now. How old are you? Old. I'm 32 years old. Will you be my sugar baby? I've never been one before. LOL. Just be nice. I'm very ticklish. Look at this. We're chatting to one, and they didn't get warned. Or at least they didn't get warned yet. Do you have Cash App? Hey, let's try another prediction. Are we finally going to get to a screen tonight? Sounds like my little guy fell asleep. If he fell asleep, we can keep going. Oid. I'm humanoid. They might, DJ. How they learn the scam is they learn it from a friend, and that's where they get their pictures and their script and everything from. And so it's very well possible that they're talking amongst themselves, but just the sheer number that blocked me tonight, that shouldn't have any idea. Like Sean, Sean should have no idea who I am, but he called me out as Twitter Scambaiter. So we have to correct our course. $60 to 1 payout. I wish I could do odds on it. That would be cool. Let me see if my guy fell asleep yet. He's sleeping, so we can maybe do a couple more. Yo, Hatch, is that your real name? Or H is stand for something else. It's part of my name. And if you notice, take the word hatch and take the A and the C out of it. I have that progression of letters, the HTH, in my first and last name, even though it's not the same, but there's an H and then a T and then an H in that order with letters in between. But that's just a weird observation I made of my name one day, and I was like, oh, that would be it'd be unique. Yep. Tape is my middle name. Yep, our brand used to be Hatchtifer, so that gives you an idea of where the HTH, Hatchimus Maximus. Something from Brenda? Oh, I did. Oh no. Welcome, Brenda. No bad questions. These scammers are on Twitter, and obviously you can see that it's a chat-based scam bait opposed to a phone call one. Most of them are out there doing advanced fee scams. They're posing as a sugar mommy or a sugar daddy, just like a PCH scam, but with a little different premise and context. And they're going to come and say, hey, I want to give you $3,000 today. But first, you have to pay this fee. And the fee is the scam. There is no money. They're not going to send any money. Some of them will make fake screens, but so will we. I'm from Ohio. Send me your Cash App tag. I think we're onto something with the YouTube. I think we're onto something. So cool. I went to Ohio City on my vacation once. There you go. Well done, Steely. Ohio City. My cash tag is it's really different. We're running into some interesting situations. We've been through so many scammers that we're finding a lot of scammers alt accounts, and they're starting to recognize us. So tonight, last night, it's been really interesting because of the sheer number of. Oh man, did they kill the? It's a choice one. We can't do this now. They're killing the predictions pretty good. All right, let's start it. Well, we'll do the reveal one in a few minutes. I'm not here to talk too much. Here's how my sugar babies get paid. Oh, I have to pay to get paid. Those are the magic words, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and report. The more, I will put the link in chat. The more reports we get, the better the chance and the faster we get them shut down. So, 709-759-62. Let me see if I have any money right now. Alright. See the craziness? Well, we love having you there, Des. Alright. To report. Go to the profile. To report someone for scamming. 3 dots. And then always take the bottom choice whenever you have a menu. On the bottom, it will always be report. Start. Menu. Take the bottom choice. Next. Menu. Take the bottom choice. Next. Menu. Take the bottom choice. Continue. You can add context here. Just say what they're doing. Call them a scammer. Or you can just skip it. I have a copy pasta I'll put in here. And I do it 3 times. Just to make sure we can get multiple reports on them. And I'm going to wait to tweet it out until later. In case there's a scammer on my Twitter account. I call them scammer watchdogs. Let me mark this one as a T. And we will tweet it out after the bait. Yes, Scotty, we had some really interesting situations tonight that really made me think that one of them was watching and messaging the scammers we were talking to. I can whoa. Yo, dog walk. Steely, thank you. Stream sniper. Exactly, a stream sniper. I can afford the 25 one, but that's all the money I have left. Let me just get this ready, and then I'll come back to you guys. You can just leave it where it's at, screen-wise. 25. Okay. Are you ready to pay $25 now, baby? Sure, I can pay now. Not a lot of nudes, really. Ironically. Not getting sent to us anyway. The very first day I ever did this, though, we did get one to send us nudes. Can you send my Cash App? Can I send you my Cash App to pay it now, baby? Sure. Send it, cutie. Yeah, some of them say no nudes to gain trust. Exactly. I just want to get to some fake screens tonight. We got close on that one of them, and then they blocked us. It was the timing of some of the blocks tonight that really made me think something was up. Because we'd get we'd get a few lines in with them, nothing that would indicate that we're a scam baiter, and then all of a sudden they'd block us. One second. Oh, I'm glad I don't have to type that one out again. Okay. Got my mobile data on. Bingo. Alright, we got what we need there. Now what we're going to do is send them a fake screen showing that, hey, we gave you 25 bucks. Looks like YouTube was the issue. That name again? Taylor Pre. Wow, this is a weird one.
one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust. Hey.
Here we go. We got everything we need. Boom. Hold. And now we wait. Anita, thank you for reporting. Yes, I was just thinking of that. It does have a link to my Twitch on there. And it says it on every video, too. Isn't Twitch regional, though? Of course, unless they'd use a VPN. But they would, you know what, in Nigeria, though, they don't have a lot of data. So they would have to be forking over money for a lot of data. Like when we did the interview with Thomas, I sent him $20 so he could add data to his phone. Because they don't have a lot of data over there. When they can get data. Shit, did I save this? Yeah, I did. They're not probably all talking to each other like they know each other. But if there was a stream sniper, what they could be doing is finding the account, seeing the account that I'm baiting currently, and sending them a DM on Twitter saying ALAYE, which is their code word for, hey, I'm a scammer too, and being like, hey, don't talk to that Jessica person or that Andy person. They're a scam baiter. They're going to get your profile suspended. Oh, the pit. That's right. One sec. Oh, I got this pick already, though. Yeah, we got this pick. Less developed. Yeah, they're less developed. Yep. Yep, exactly, dog walk. Someone who found out about me. I did have a scammer following me for a little bit on Twitter, but we got that cleared up. And then so that could have been the leak. That could have been how he found out about it. And then he's just trying to help other scammers. He doesn't even necessarily know them, but he's trying to warn them when I'm talking to him. Which an immediate block is just as good as the magic words for me, because that means they know who I am, they know what they're doing, And Twitter support can probably go through their other chats and find the evidence they need to suspend them. Someone your HTH account? What are you? I'm not sure what you're saying, Steely. Send me your Cash App. Again? Didn't I send it already? All my accounts are HTH accounts. I'm not sure what you're saying, Steely. I'm not sure which account you're referring to. Oh, the Battle Royal is just the little screen avatars you see on the bottom. The little characters. You have a character up there, by the way. And you can change it as well. Just a fun thing to do. We have a lot of moments of waiting on scammers here, so we have a lot of little fun stuff to do. A lot of chatters love the roulette wheel. We play, but not necessarily love it. Seven. They're on this. They're on the screen. They're right below me. I'll make them bigger. Probably hard to see on mobile. You can't control them in the battle royal. You can control them when they're just walking around. There's some stuff you can make them do, but during the battle royal, it's completely DJ with the big W. I don't want to do that immediately. When did you get such a dirty mind, Steely? Oh, somebody's Rey Mysterio. OT gun. Nice. We got a Cena out there, too. Oh, we're going to another battle royal. They're a little obsessed with the battle royals. They're fun, though. That's what they're here for, you know? Scamming for insomniacs. We're the night. We're the third shift scam baiters. But I turned my whole community into scam fighters. We're all out there reporting them. Seconds. We'll increase the cooldown just a little bit. Actually, that's not gonna work. We gotta go like, because they take some time. Well, they take a couple minutes, so let's do like a 5. 5 times 60 is 300. Alright, let's try that one. Right now, Willem is really confused because his mule is saying, I didn't get any money. Fake screens is hard. Are they going to call me out? They're either going to say, oh, hey, congratulations, I need another fee. Or, why are you faking it? Are you kidding me? Let's make them a little smaller now. Transaction pending. The receiver should attach 55 to complete the payment. They don't even know how to do the fake screens like last night. Huh? 55. All right. Yes, baby. 96 out of 100. Can you show me a screenshot of that? The fact that this bait's going all the way through makes me think that the stream sniper was on YouTube. So now I need to... Oh, man. Oh, man, I can't stream to YouTube anymore? Are you kidding me? Oh. You can stream live to Twitter too, can't you? Yeah, Dogwalk, I'm gonna have to see if there's some way to cut it down to maybe users in just specific areas. I'm pretty sure Twitch is regional, unless you have a VPN. Well, yes, I can stream it to Twitch and post it to YouTube. That's not a problem. But with the live streams, it kind of just brings in more viewers. Although now that I'm getting bigger, I probably shouldn't be streaming to Twitch and YouTube at the same time, just in case Twitch tries to enforce their bullshit rule that has loopholes. Well, there's a loophole in it. You can multi-stream? Are you sure? I've always heard you can't. But there's a loophole to it. On YouTube, you can set up a little icon to display on your screen. Yeah, if you can find me a link to it, Scotty, please. You can set up a little icon to appear on your screen. And technically that icon then is not on your Twitch stream. so it's different content. I wouldn't want to be taking Twitch streams and slapping them up in 24 hours or in less than 24 hours. Yeah, I think you can actually set them to premiere at a certain time. You'd have to upload them and set them to not go public until 24 hours. Speaking of uploading, I can't show you guys my dashboard until I get past the numbers part. Or I can just turn them off. That'll work. Content, producer, upload. Oh, wait. Oh, no, this is the current stream. Desktop. There we go. Yesterday's stream. Completely deleted the whole thing from Twitch, which is fine. Oh man, maybe I shouldn't ask him for a screenshot. I can take the money off my credit card and move it to my Cash App, but I'd like to see a screenshot of the 96/100 because I've never heard of that before. Do I really, Ted? Good. I'm gonna set that. I'm gonna actually change that though, so only followers can see my tweets. There we go. Oh, that's me. Yeah, this one's slow. Some of them move a little slower. The later it gets, the slower they are, because it's very, very early morning for them. And there's his fake screen. Oh, they cut off the red button at the bottom. Oh, yep, almost 7:30 in Lagos. Well, I'll be. Okay. Give me a minute to add it to my Cash App. Are there any more fees after this one? Is the Battle Royale finally on a cooldown? Do I send it to the same hashtag? We reported this one, didn't we? Yeah, we did. I want to see the link again though. Yeah, because I didn't tweet it out. Yep, that's right. All right, $55 to the same tag. God, what was that tag again? It was a really weird one. Taylor. This is good timing too because I also have to go to the bathroom. So, let's do that real quick. Be right back. Hey. All right, let's send him $55, shall we? Ah, the cooldown did work. Cool. Not that I hate using the battle royal. It's just it gets with all the messages and stuff in chat. I end up missing a lot of messages. Oh, I have this pick already. But thank you for reminding me. Right on, Jam. I think the 5 minute timeout's about perfect because it takes a couple minutes to run the battle royal, and you got just a few minutes to time out. Give me a few minutes to catch up on the chat. All right, we're good to go. Cinema Sephora card. He hasn't asked for the activities, but I'm still making them just in case. Alpo or vanilla? Alpo. Hey, I actually could use Alpo cards, even though I've never heard of it. Or who remembers Who remembers this chain Alco? ALCO. I liked Alcos. It was like a grown-up retail version of a thrift store, but it was all new stuff. They used to have their blue light specials. Ah, you know what I could do though? I could just stream it to Twitch, put the VODs on YouTube, and then disable viewing of the VODs on Twitch. So it would people would have to go over to YouTube to catch the old VODs. That might bring in the traffic that I would lose from live streaming. Oh, you say Alpo for Apple. Gotcha. Shit. Another pack of cancer sticks. Hold on. Slower than Ethel. Your money's riding on Ethel. I think Ethel's gonna be fun. I think Ethel's gonna be fun. A whole new range of stories and jobs and people, and I mean it'll be fun. Excuses. What's Cash App? Where do I put the money in my phone? We're gonna have to toss up our male and female profiles too. I'm probably have to start doing it weekly, to be honest. More time. Oh my god, I don't have. I'm running out of time. What's he gonna say? Did we do a. Let's do a quick reveal prediction. More like daily. I'll never go to sleep. We have ran some pretty late nights around it. We have gone past 5 a.m. a couple times. Just in the past week. Week and a half. Oh, you just got a star, Sid. Congratulations. Show me the activity of the payment. Okay. I need a new bar up top. Status bar, because the time's bad on that one now. Now you're just trolling, Jam. Oh. I didn't that. Oh, I see what I did. You're one of us now. We'll get there, Steely. We'll get there. One of these days. Did I write it? It's 3A? Yep, 3A. I'm a vampire already. There's no government gets involved. Very true, very true. It's like a um vigilante justice. It really does. That sheet speaks volumes. That reminds me. A couple things I need to do. All right. My notes. Hold on. Okay. We put this one in the books. Yeah, we did. I just haven't tweeted it out. We put it on the site. Don't tell me this is still Turos. I don't think we put it on the site though. Nope. Sound alert should be hold on. We got Jeopardy and we got the clock. Are you not entertained? Yeah, there really hasn't been any reduction. Maybe a slight bit, but not much. Not like he made it sound like he was gonna do. Right, tweet this one out now. We got him through a couple screens. We were just, weren't we? Yeah, we're a pretty chill group. We just like to hang out, have fun, laugh at scammers, get them shut down, smoke a little weed, and have a good time. I always feel bad that I never raid when I'm done, but I'm always the last, always the last baiter online. Processing. Oh, won't let me publish while it's live. Okay. And Arya's on. Isn't he doing a, he's doing a, subathon. He doesn't, does he a full-time scam baiter? Or he doesn't even bait, does he? Sometimes. I know I've heard his name. Never really checked him out though. Oh, they did a collab. Nice. Camstas, welcome. Galaxy, what's going on? Oh, you missed an interesting night. Very interesting night. I don't even know where to start. If you want to, we have. We think we figured out that we had a stream sniper, scammer watchdog, on YouTube because we kept getting blocked in really weird times in the bait. And so I think what was happening was a scammer was watching and messaging the scammers I was chatting with on Twitter and be like, hey, don't talk to so and so. They're going to get you suspended. Especially Sean G. There's no way he would have known who I was. No way. Not on YouTube. I don't think so. Anyway, I'll need to look, but I don't think so. Yeah, that's why you couldn't find the YouTube feed. That's what I'm gonna have to end up. That's probably what I'm gonna end up doing. Is doing this live on Twitch with the VODs on YouTube, and then turning off my VODs on Twitch so people have to go to YouTube to watch them. Yeah, it does. I mean, we didn't have a lot of YouTube live viewers, but there was a handful. Yeah, exactly. I gotta get them through. Although when they block me, as I was talking earlier, that's still a pretty damning confession. I just didn't get the evidence that I wanted in the chat, but we can still report them. And hopefully then Twitter can look in their other chats and see what we couldn't do. You know, what we didn't get in the chat. Congratulations, baby. Is that a question? If I get monetized on YouTube, it'll be fine. But the live streams were helping with the hours too. Yeah. 115. What? They told me there weren't any more fees. Yeah, I think that's it, Kempstis. I'm pretty sure Twitch is regional. Like European viewers, Twitch has a whole nother category of streamers, foreign streamers, but we don't see them on ours because we're in the States. I'm pretty sure Twitch is regional. So they would need a VPN, which would end up costing them a lot more data, possibly. I don't think I have 115 more. Pretty poor. Try and get it, baby. How do I just get $115? This is the last payment, I promise you. I can't just get $115. You don't have to delay this, baby. They really like their question marks. Try your possibilities best, baby, and don't send it to the same tag. All right, baby. Right? Oh, I see. I see what I did. Hold on. My roommate just got home from her shift at Hooters. Let me see if I can borrow it. I just had a hot chocolate. I'm feeling rather. Whoa, calm down, Galaxy. Calm down. You're a bad boy, huh? He's got huge knockers, so she probably made a lot in tips. Oh yeah, we like to throw in curveballs. They probably have no idea what Hooters is. But they have to go with it because if they'd be like, "What's Hooters?" Be like, aren't you an American?" Actually, he claims to be from London, doesn't he? No, he does. There's nothing. Did they ever say? I don't think we ever asked them where they were from. I can't tell if you're asking me questions. or not. They don't understand that you don't put a question mark at the end of everything. Baby, this is the last payment. Shouldn't have to be delayed, okay? Because this is the last time. Some big possibility. After now, you be happy. You swear on your soul that this is the last fee, period. No more fees after this one. Tell me, I promise on my soul that the 115 is the last fee. And if I'm lying, then I'll burn in hell for eternity. Yeah, we got a real stupid one on the hook, so let's see what happens after we send the 115 and make them swear to God there are no more fees. Don't forget the pick. Jesus Christ. I do need to save Haley's pick though. Uh-oh. 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 Guess what happened? The DM disappeared. You know what that means. You know what that means. Let's check. And there it was. Suspended. That's you guys. That's you guys reporting. Good thing I got the pick in time, huh, Jam? A real-time suspension at 1 a.m. in the morning. Who is working late at Twitter? Sheesh. All right, well, let's update our files, shall we? Maybe. I don't know, Galaxy. They seem to keep their shit in house, unlike Facebook and Instagram. Facebook and Instagram don't get shit taken down because they outsource to a company who doesn't do shit. Just collects a paycheck and doesn't do shit. I was ready to send him 115 bucks. Instagram is a fucking cesspool. Yeah, exactly. It can't be automated. They have to review these because you can't just block words like sugar and mommy and daddy automatically. You'd be banning people left and right for no reason. So these have to be reviewed by a person. They really have to be. One more? Who wants one more? Choose prediction outcome. That's an other. We used to have on there suspended before reveal, but that's an other now. You lose. Five more. Oh, I should be a real asshole and say the number of gifted subs we get is how many more we'll do. Oh shit, I probably actually shouldn't do that. No, 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 take that back. I take it back. I take it back. Nope, 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 nope. I need to stop challenging chat. We'll be here. We'll be stuck in a subathon. Alright, let me go fishing. They might make a new profile and message us back. That we've seen that happen many times. Angelic. Let's see what we can find. Twenty-seven, 32 minutes ago. We got one in this list we can try. Eh, I don't like the looks of it though. Let's keep fishing. Here we go. Here we go. Oh yeah. Big Daddy Core is back. Who's this guy? DM me on Telegram. Oh, he stole a girl's account. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, there's a few that are suspended, Anita. We're saving the follow-ups for uh, next stream. She really would, Kimstus. I like to start the streams off with red dots. Just to get the blood flowing, you know? Alright, William is gone. There's actually another one too, that got suspended tonight. Ma'am Dunn. Drop your comments of you need some money. Bright screen. $8 months ago. This is likely... They've likely had this account all 8 months. I really wish they'd add a dark mode to that site. I have dark mode turned on my Chrome, so I don't know why it doesn't automatically do it as well, to be honest. Oh, we got a heart. Kanji has Mommy Maya's picture? I did find the option, Galaxy, and it filters out a lot except for videos. Almost found out the hard way again tonight. But I was aware. I was scrolling very slowly. And I can't find the setting to stop the videos from autoplaying. I'm still a little nervous. If I wake up tomorrow and nothing's been shut down, I think we'll be completely in the clear. But I'm still a little nervous. But since I killed the VOD right away, they might not have any more evidence of it. Where are you from? I'm originally from Missouri, but currently live in Oklahoma. Where are you from? Miami, Iowa. Boston, Oklachusetts. Oh yeah. Picture. What is it? Six or 7? Miami, Iowa's on my bucket list. Yeah, it's overrated. This is 5. Okay. Okay, just happens to be the abbreviation for Oklahoma. I know 210. They might be tired or they might be chatting with other people. I hope it's the first. Sean G is using my Jessica pick. That's funny. That's funny. Ah! Myself. I'm being impersonated. Pretending to be me. Oh, you guys can't see this. Hold on. I'll restart. Look at this. Okay, report. Hello. Myself. Next. I'm being impersonated. Pretending to be me. Myself. Is using my images and description and banner to create a profile mimicking mine. Please suspend ASAP. Get her pick. I'm honored. By the way, it's against terms of service to impersonate another user. You know what? Nah. I want him to leave it up. That's funny. We blocked them. They won't be able to see any updates. Well, the thing is, Galaxy, most of these scammers never even heard of a Scambaiter until me. And now they know all about them. Exactly. We're in their heads and they're paranoid. You know, who knows how many victims they've turned down or immediately blocked because they thought they were me. You know, we'll never know. We'll never know. Uh, but I like to think that it's happened at least once. Rib spreaders. That was funny. Come on. Slows them down, makes them paranoid. The funny thing is we thought Sean had gone dormant. He's being one of the most brazen ones yet. I do kind of want a lively one, to be honest with you. Oh, Ethel, yeah, Ethel will be a good time next week. Ethel Anderson, Patrick's grandma. Wait a second. I have Anderson. Oh, he's on this other list. 1, 2, 5. All right. Sugar Daddy. All right. Bright screen. $10. We'll call it a year. Looks like Roscoe from Dukes of Hazzard. No, not Roscoe. Was it Roscoe? The Dukes' dad or whatever. Uncle Jesse. Yes. See if we got any tag like this. Nope. Nope. Yeah, that is an older show, Steely. To be honest, I'm glad some people got it though. Got it against this. Yes, sir. The General Lee, baby. Hello, beautiful. Totally dig silver foxes like you. How are you? Dig. Why do I always put dig, not did? LOL. What do I always spell dig as did?
Oh, yeah!
Oh, you know what we're gonna need? I need to replace maybe the boomer emote with an Ethel. You could replace the doggo too, or the what, or the WTF, or actually my regular logo, because we got the animated one. Ethel with the word boomer. Yeah, I guess did could work, couldn't it? Do you have PayPal or Cash App? Oh, wow. Okay. You know how to seduce a woman. LOL. I have the Cash App. What's the scam? What's your Cash App? Should I describe what Cash App is? Just be a smartass. They don't small talk like we do in our culture. Maybe it's a culture thing. They just they say hello and get straight to it usually. Sometimes they do ask for a picture. Yeah. I we do get every once in a blue moon we get one that wants to be sexual, like this guy. All right, what are sugar babies? What other they call money? Yeah, they do stuff for me. What kind of stuff? Dirty stuff. But you said no sex stuff, right? No. I'm so confused. Why? Like sex, like foot sex and pics. No, like bra and stuff. Got 3 stars in that account. It's rigged. You want a trip to Nigeria? Don't go. Yeah, but I could go over there and meet the prince who's giving all the money away in the emails. I would actually love to go, but obviously, they wouldn't know who I am in person. You'll end up dinner. Oh my! What was an advance fee? This is how my payment goes through. See, you have to send a clearance fee for the transaction you wish to get above. And don't doubt, okay? This is 100% legit. That's how my babies got paid every time. But if you're doubting, just leave my DM ASAP. Let me see if I have any money. All right, those are the magic words. Got messages? Who messaged Andy? All right, and I will tweet it out later. I want to see who messaged Andy. Want to pay for my OnlyFans? It's Sean G. Yep, just as I thought they were going to do. They sent me porn trying to get me to, Okay, I can show you this, though. You know Sucky J? He says it's his alt account. Let's see if I can remove the picture first. There we go. I got all my info from Mommy Maya and Heather. Oh, look at that. He's got my actual profile. Ooh. Ooh. He's got my old white screens. This is my other account, Sucky J. Oh, he's a cocky little shit. I delete that account? What? No? He's got my main account. My actual Scambaiting account. I'll come back to him later. Suppose I could do the $80, but that's all I have left. I just got more scams since they apparently shared my email. Tried doing the porn trick. I'm way ahead of that shit. Is no doubting in your transaction. Once you can believe me, for me to send you money, it cannot be difficult. Okay. Did they get your other account? Yeah, they know my main account. Fine. How much do you choose? I guess. Question about checking on Andy? What? What? I don't understand what you're asking or saying. Check on your poor Andy. Oh, did he? Like he's gonna get me banned? Oh, you guys. Yeah, you can. Yeah, we'll scroll in, zoom in. The other thing I can do if they're gonna be sending me nude pics is I can put the stream on a delay, like a 5 second delay. Oh, we just got another message on Andy's. It's from one we baited. Put it on like a 5 second delay. That way, if they did send something, I can cut it before it shows. I'm a 1064. Well, that's why my mods know how to change screens now, so they could change my screen for me. Camera sharp again. All right. Oh, there, I forgot to go to the wrong screen. Wait a second. Ah, I see what I did. I see what I did. All right, let me send him this one real quick. Then I'll come back and do the spelled that wrong, I think. Nope, camera. I did spell it wrong. I love how he has my old screens, though. He's so far behind. Kit has more of a family-friendly audience, so he moderates his a little harder, which is fine. That's completely fine. We're late at night. I set all my stuff, for a mature audience. We just do it differently. Oh, I love Kit. I love Kit. He's so good. We recorded this one, didn't we? Yep. While we're waiting, we can do the paperwork. The scammer thinks he's clever by like, haha, look at my profiles. Like, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. Yeah, right. Brag about your stupidity. That's like somebody in America like stealing a car and then going making social media posts about it. Something tells me this is the same one as these right above him. Yeah, I don't know, Steely. I don't know. He might have just been saying that. But the behavior of the two profiles, they did behave this very much the same way. Ah, clever and fail, right? If you're gonna make it a point to taunt me or make yourself known to me, well, that's your own damn fault. Oh, I have stats, Galaxy. Oh, I have stats. I love my spreadsheets. Suspended. Wait, is the one we're talking to just got suspended? I didn't even tweet him out yet. I love it. I am not used to seeing real time blocks at this time of night. So we'll see what we can do with this other one, and then we'll probably call it a night. But let's update here. I almost wish Sean G would see that. What do you want? I saw your tweet. Are you helping people out with money? It says it on your profile too. I think Sean was trying to scare me. Like, oh, look, I got your screens, and I got Mommy Maya and Heather, and I know your profile. Ooh, oh no. Oh no, I better stop. That is one salty little man. Isn't this fun? I had to warn Thomas because he's starting to get careless with his tweets and stuff. And I don't want them to, if they're, looking up my information, they can easily. Is he? That's all right. He can move it. We got the Twitter ID. Yep, he moved it. All right. Not a problem. Oh, come on. Oh, this isn't going to find it. No. I'll just have to wait for the other website to get back up. What? I want to see. followed by Amanda. I think that one's legit. Who knows, DJ? Who knows? I think we're pretty good on the rest of them. Yeah, that's a real one. Yo, what's up, Lethal? You've been in lurk mode for a while, my friend. Alright, that'll lock it down a little bit. I have the Cash App. Second, there's nobody new in Discord, so I got Discord locked down pretty good. Okay, here's what I'm really worried about. My lighter won't light. I left my nice lighter out in my car and it's too cold. I don't want to go get it. Got it. Pretty diabetic. Ooh, rough. I am so glad I'm not diabetic. And I'm kind of surprised I'm not diabetic. Find Twitter account by Twitter ID. Username. That be well ninja. It's That'll be another site I can punch in the Twitter ID and get the current. You find it, dog walk? Yes. Yes, sir. Look at that. Dude is so stupid. He can't even use a different fucking handle. Oh my god. That takes a whole new level of fucking stupid. 2 days ago. He started this 2 days ago. No activity. Dog walk. You have just been promoted in the army. It's you guys going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Duty. Doddy. Alright, got him blocked from there. No fast food, I would rather starve. I know it's not healthy, but man, I do love some fast food. Like, don't take my Arby's away. No. I like me a nice McMuffin every once in a while, you know? The funny thing is Sean G doesn't realize how much he just helped me. He's it's like companies who hire hackers to show their exploits, like where they could be exploited. He just showed me spots where I could be exploited, and we covered them up as best we can. Oh, Chinese food is so good. I don't know if they're going to reply tonight. We'll give it a few more minutes. Wait. Wasn't there a Sean G message over here? But it's gone. Did one of them get shut down? Can somebody go check the other Sean G's? Well, the one of them, he changed his handle. We'll find it. I have his ID. Don't use it to pay down my credit card bills. He changed his handle on the one we baited earlier tonight. I know that. Yeah, we'll find it. That website is hit and miss. Just wanted to check. You have any sugar? No. I've never had a sugar daddy before. My name is Andrew and I'm from Wyoming. We have a message request. Sent a photo. Gee, I wonder who this could be. We are always, I've been lurking in the shadows when you suspended my friend who run Mommy, Maya, Heather, and Lewis. Alright, I'm gonna go to the profiles to make sure there's nothing on there that's gonna flag anything. Alright, let's report this one. They're following me. Idiot. They just told me what account they're following me with. Look at this. Follows you. Oh, this follows my Andy account. Never mind. I'm gonna report him though. Yeah. 24532. Admitted in DMs to having associations with scammers which have already been suspended multiple times. Please review and suspend ASAP. Thank you, Steely. I need you guys to report. Whoops. Let's see if they're following my main account. Nope. Twitter might think you're a bot. I've just done it a few times. I've gotten really good at it. I also want to record this one. "18 days ago. Sugar Daddy 24533. That's bot. I'll bet it's this guy. Yo, what's up? Pern, how's it going? Be a fun VOD to rewatch. This is an interesting one, isn't it? Admitting to knowing Mommy, Maya, and Heather. They sent us a bunch of pictures too of other stuff, but it's been flagged, so we're not even gonna look at it. Although maybe I should, just to see if I can get any intel from it. You know what? All this Sean shit has just made me. What would I say? It's 1 second, Pern. It's it's hardened my resolve. Like, I don't want to stop streaming now. I want to go all fucking night. I really want to shut these fuckers down now. Yes, exactly, Galaxy. Like, they tried to scare me. All they did was make me more determined. Alright, Pern, let me get you some stuff to report here. I'm going to rattle off a bunch of links right here. And anybody who hasn't or still wants to can report. We're gonna go after the Shawns. Did we get this one? Yeah, that's that one we got right now. Oh no, they'll never run away. No. He did make me have to go pee. I do have to go pee. Let me take it off this screen just in case they would send something ridiculous. All right. My little guy just woke up. What's up, Harv? How's it going, man? Good to see you. How have you been? 2:30 in the morning. One more Mountain Dew. Oh, thank you, Pern. Appreciate it. Life has been absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. We have been just our community content support has just been rocketing since we quit the supercard. How have you been? Been good. Actually, never mind. You answered that question. I'm getting old. I save this one. Yeah, I did. 5A. We'll probably finish this one, maybe. And then let's do a fee prediction. And then we will probably wrap it up for the night. For High Heart. Alay. Ha 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 ha. Huh? What? Another one. That ALAYE word, that's a word that scammers use to identify themselves to each other. One of them finally called me out on the tag. Is there a literal translation for that? I want it the other way around. Explanation? Does it mean anything in Yoruba? Explanation. I wonder if that doesn't have quite the same meaning. Odogwu. What? It's my ex-boyfriend's account. I kept it when we broke up and just never changed anything. Odogwu. Doesn't that mean stupid or something? How can I trust you? A very good Christian girl. Don't know. I'll answer any questions you have. Hi, Violet. You smell like fish. Why do you smell like fish? Reported. Thank you, Kimstus. What do you want? Yeah. This is my last. You gotta go outside. Outside? You want to go outside? Yes? No? You have to tell me. Did they block me? No. It's Yoruba, but what does this mean? Oh, is that the new one or the one who just got shut down? Now do you have to go outside? Okay, she's got to go outside. 1 second. Wrong man? You know, when we're pissing them off this bad, that we're taking money out of their pockets. I don't know. I don't know exactly what he's saying. I need to ask this to Thomas. Odagu means a leader, a strong man, someone great. Maybe they're being sarcastic, like that's not you, strong guy. They have to be being sarcastic. Yeah, they have to be. Come on, later. I don't think they're going to reply. I think we scared them off. We're going to have to find a way to get a new Cash App. Good call, Steely. I forgot all about that. Yeah, you can change it 3 times, but I've already changed it on my main one 3 times. I've got my Twitter Scambait account. I could just change it to something um, generic, like a dog lover or something like that. New account posted is restricted already. Which account is that? Oh, the 173. We'll give it a couple more minutes, then I think we're going to call it. But we're still going to report this one. Let's throw it out there. I was on Jessica's account, Steely. I think those were notifications, not messages. Oh, it's just one of the guys liked my tweets. Let's see what Andy's got for notifications. Carl Patty followed you. You're following my... Whoops. Let's put them in the books. If they know what the word ALAYE is, they're a scammer. Oops, put it in the wrong spot. No, I didn't. Yeah, I agree, Galaxy. I agree. But they never will. I would love a nice little Twitter check. Or at the very least, a contact. I think I got these out of order. This one should be down here. Give me a direct contact at Twitter support. That's at the very least. I have reached out to them so many times and they never reply. Put the 2-4, yeah. Yeah, right there. Okay. Yep, we got all the sounds in. Well, folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. I'm planning on taking Friday evening off. I don't know. That was before tonight happened. So I'll let you know on Twitter, on Discord, what's going on. And we'll see. Maybe we'll squeeze in a little bit tomorrow. You know, just one more stream. What's one more stream? Everybody, thank you for the biddies, the subs. Thank you for the chat. Thank you for reporting. Thank you for all the help. You guys are awesome. Absolutely awesome. We're all addicted, right? All right, everybody. Have a good night. Stay awesome. Stay warm. Stay yourself. And we will see you guys next time. Peace.